Not in the first two rows, have to on this side.
Hello, Mr. Howie.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. You're looking great.
Thank you.
Looks better than an orange. Yeah. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, you need to stand and let me know that you're here. Somebody's going to trial today, so that's where we are on a Tuesday. Trials are a beautiful thing. All right, in custody, James Wilkins, Mahmoud Algadrob, Andre Middlebrooks, Joshua Sutherland, Joshua Lee Sutherland. All right, anybody who's not here by 9:30 needs to go into custody. Marcos Rios, Ray Cordova, Jesus Suarez Marino. Thank you. Jesus Alanis.
He's in custody, Judge.
All right, thank you. They tell me he's dressed.
Yes.
Jonathan Pomerantz, custody. Nicholas Vaquera. Nicholas Vaquera. Victor Guzman Salinas. Thank you. Michael Balderas. Adrian Hilliard, custody. Teresa McCormick, custody. Michael Timmons. Michael Timmons. Keyshawn Merritt, custody. Courtney Price, custody. Abel Orojo. Thank you. Eddie Baldwin. All right, thank you. Isaias, Isias, Reyes. Isias Reyes. Did I pronounce that correctly? Isaias. All right. Isaias Reyes. Clayton Kimball.
President, Your Honor, conferring, may we be excused to deal with another matter in County Court 12.
County Court 12. Let me put on my glasses. County Court at law number 12.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to impact this case?
I think it'll impact it in a favorable way.
All right. I'm going to hold you to that. You all may go to County Court at law number 12. Christopher Findley, custody. Julio Salazar. Carlisle, or is this Carlisle? Thank you. Donald Crawford. Thank you. Thank you. Aaron Rodriguez. Victoria Morrow. Kelly Aguero. Thank you. Kenneth Howie. Thank you.
I'm here and I've got his documentation for the case manager.
All right, thank you. Paul Cantu.
Present.
Albert Gunther.
Judge, I'm not quite sure he needed to be here. I'll make sure.
All right, Daryl Payne, custody. Melinda Gonzalez, Ethan Castillo, Jeffrey Dollar, Jay Taylor, Carl Robinson, Henry Peterson, Isaiah Ledesma, Zachary Garcia, Is Zachary Garcia in custody?
Yes, Judge, she's in
All right. Why does it say bond jail? Alex Misiak. Thank you. Abel Favela, custody. All right, Joshua Sutherland. Thank you.
Second row, sir.
Nicholas Vaquera,
Second row.
Michael Timmons. Where are you?
Second row, sir.
Eddie Baldwin. Asias, Isaias Reyes. There's,
You pronounced every vowel.
oh, but I learned when two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking. Oh, okay. Did anybody else learn that in school? Not in Spanish. See, I'm gonna remember that. And then sometimes in Spanish, I just give too many syllables. Victoria Morrow. Albert Gunther. All right. Is there anyone whose name was not called? All right, attorneys, do you all know the rules? Do I need to repeat the rules? Okay. All right. So I'm going to let you all confer. I need to run to Commissioner's Court. I'll be there for about 15 minutes, then I'll come back. If you estimate the time to walk over there, I tend to walk fast against my mom's wishes. So it'll probably take me 5 minutes to get there. So I'll be back in 20 minutes. So everyone, please confer.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I did. You know, you can't let people know where you're coming in, right? But Rick noticed. Ooh.
So.
Right, anyone ready?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm told the HE is on the Zoom call.
Is that Aurora?
Yes. We're just here for compliance.
And what are we here for today on this case, counsel?
In order to get the case manager, we just have proof of compliance on that. So we're.
Okay, sure. All right, Mr. Howie. And counsel, you're on this side.
Oh,
How
Your Honor, how you doing?
are you doing? You're looking fabulous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not a little weight, though. I couldn't have, I grew out of my suit. I would have wore a suit, you know.
Let me just tell you, you are dressed very appropriately.
Thank you.
Some people need to take note.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So on this case, there's supposed to be a case manager.
And Judge, I've got documentation from Mr. Howie. I have not provided that to the pro tem judge because I just received that from Mr. Howie. But I'm happy to go ahead and scan that and give it to her.
Oh, yes. Attorney Pettis,
Yes, ma'am.
hi, the court has been presented with a document that shows that Mr. Howie does have a case manager now. Defense can scan that in the system for you. If you could give that to the coordinator, she will send it to her right now.
Fantastic.
I have extra copies.
Oh, we're good. No, they're just gonna, they're gonna get,
She's just
Let me put this in here. All right, Ms. Abrams.
Judge, I received a report from Mr. Howie's CSO, and it appears that Mr. Howie is doing everything that he needs to do with his probation at this time. He's reporting as instructed, and she really doesn't have any concerns. She is asking, however, that maybe we just do, since he is back at home, maybe just to ensure that he is in compliance and, make her check out all of her items on her list, that we do field visits once a month for 3 months.
Okay. So then we'll alter, could I see what is his length of probation?
it was a 2-year extension. He was rolled over from deferred to regular
Mhm.
and he was sentenced to 4 years probated for 2. And I think it's up in October,
2028.
Okay.
28. I don't know.
All right. So here's the thing. Whether or not you're off for probation in October is 100% depends on you.
28, Judge, not 26.
28.
Yes.
Let me see does anybody have his his probation file? I'm just trying to see the length of his probation, when he was placed on probation, the length of his probation.
Probation completed October 15th of 2024.
But how long has he been on probation before he was adjudicated?
Thanks.
It's referred to what
Gentlemen. Exactly. I don't get pretty good. How long is it? Okay. It was difficult. So.
11/13 of 2020. And, he was placed on the third for 4 years.
All right. So depending on how well you do, because I know that a lot of your issues, some of them are issues that are not within your control, right? And I know that there is a stigma attached to mental health, and some of that's not within your control. However, depending on how well you're doing, the court will consider termination depending on how well you're doing.
God bless you, man.
All right, so between now and October, you need to show me that, one, you're going to stay in contact with your case manager, that you're going to follow all of the rules and regulations, okay?
Yes, I was gonna ask you, is there any way in the near future that I can find my own doctor, or I just have to be in compliance with the court and stay with the mental?
It would be best for you to confer with your counsel on that and speak to probation on that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
But again, we're trying to see about stability. And if you move from doctor to doctor,
There's just certain medications that they don't issue at the healthcare center downtown that my other doctor did. That was my only concern.
all right, well, just talk to your attorney about it and talk to the doctor downtown about it. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, any other questions?
No,
All right, what we're gonna do, Ms. Abrams, if we can do an update on this case in a couple of months, or when do you recommend?
August.
All right. We'll come back in August to see how he's doing, all right?
fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. You have a blessed day.
You too, Miss Ferguson, I need a date in August. All right.
I've enjoyed the Boston Camp Flowers.
Yeah,
I told you, it's a man of my words.
oh, thank you so much.
Blessed day.
You too.
She just on Lisa.
All right, thank you, Attorney Pettis, for appearing.
Thank you. Will y'all just email me the date, the next date?
It's
Or should-
August 10th.
Okay.
And it'll be the same login that you have now.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
It is, this is. Why did they, you know, JT? JT.
And Norma, if you can call for a jury to be up here. Thank you. Jesus Suarez.
Zachary Xavier
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. All right. Y'all are, hi, how's it going? Okay. All right, you guys are up for jury trial. So come back at 1:30.
See you then.
Thank you. Who's next?
Yeah.
Jesus Zarate. Good morning, how's it going?
It's going well, thank you. How are
Awesome.
you?
Oh, I cannot complain. It's been a beautiful day. I got a chance to see the service animals.
Oh,
So I always tell people they're working. Does everyone give them money? They're working treats, you know? They do. They take very good care of them. All right, on this case, you all are scheduled for jury trial?
Yes, Judge.
You ready, counsel?
We're ready, Judge.
All right, I'll have you all back at 1:30.
Judge, one more thing, well, since the state's here,
Mhm.
regarding discovery, if they have anything new, like meetings with the complainant's mother,
Mhm.
I just ask that they provide those to me.
All right. All right, we'll go on the record. The court is calling 2025 CR 008-654 State versus Jesus Alanis Zarate. Could I have parties announced?
Thank you for the state of Texas.
Good morning, Judge. Alfonso Cabañas for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Zarate?
yes,
All right, we have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Carmen Tarragona Sáenz.
All right, so state off the record, the defense wanted access if it occurred of any meetings with the complainant and with the complainant's mother.
Right, Judge. So at the last court setting, I know that the state met with the complainant's mother and her husband in the back room. I wasn't given any of those meeting records, and I'm guessing since this is set for trial, I'm thinking that they probably met with the complainant and her mother. And if that's the case, I just asked them to provide me notes on those meetings.
Okay, so prior to the date that defense counsel referenced, we did interview both the child victim and the mother. Those notes have been provided to Mr. Cabañas. As far as the last setting, I did meet with them. In fact, there wasn't much discussed as far as any Brady evidence. There was mainly just them asking questions about court procedure that I answered for them. If Mr. Cabañas wants me to give him a disclosure about that, I can definitely type that up real quick right now and do it. They didn't have anything of substance related to the allegations.
All right,
Well, just to clarify, Judge, so there was not much Brady, which means there was a little Brady, or there
Okay,
was.
for clarification, there was an over.
okay. All right, so this is what I will do. If you all can step back, discuss things, and then if there's anything that needs to be placed on the record, just let me know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. All right, who's next?
Michael Timmons. He's on page 3, I got.
Michael Timmons? All right, do we know, state where we are on the at-large case?
Judge, I talked to the state this morning. They notified me that there is an at-large case or case, I guess, still awaiting indictment. And that's all we
It
know.
is relatively new, Your Honor, and so it's being assigned to a prosecutor to review. Well, it is assigned to a prosecutor to review, but it has not yet been indicted. I don't think it's even on the schedule to be indicted yet.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you all a 45-day reset. And then I'll entertain any motions if you have any motions
Yes, sir.
with regards to that case. Norma, I need a 45-day reset. June 11th, is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
free? All right, thank you. Once you sign the reset form, you excuse. All right, thank you. Oh, and thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you, Judge.
You too, Mr. Cabanas, but you always do. Who's next?
Middlebrook, he's 140. Middlebrook.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, good.
Okay. All right, you all are scheduled for trial today.
Yes, Your Honor. I filed that e-filed and conferred with the state regarding motion continuance. It should.
Okay, I haven't received that.
Okay, there's a copy of it.
All right. So, Mr. Middlebrooks, are you aware of the motion for continuance that's been filed by your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna go on the record. Court is calling 2025 CR 008659. State versus Andre Middlebrooks. Could I have parties announced?
Recommended for the state, but also, Your Honor, we've got a second case as well.
You're right.
Thank you.
I don't have the printed copy of that.
All right, that's fine. And also 2025 CR 008659. So, defense, you only filed a motion for continuance in one case, is that correct, or both?
It is filed in the other case, Your Honor, although it was filed this morning.
All right. So, Mr. Middlebrooks,
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question to ask you about this motion for continuance. I'm not going to ask you anything about your case. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Andre Meadowbrooks.
All right, Mr. Middlebrooks, your attorney has filed a motion for continuance. Did you have a chance to review that with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any objections to the motion?
No, ma'am.
All right. And state, do you have any objections?
No objection from the state. Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, it will be granted. This needs to be set for jury trial in 6 weeks.
Just trying to following June 16th, this family violence is, this being from the case, could we have the 16th?
Uh,
The trial sentence?
Norma, what case? I mean, what date? You say June? Mhm. You can put it for the following week. All righty.
It does, it does.
We excuse Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have
You're
a good
welcome.
night.
Yeah, you too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Tochi, and I were wondering if we could talk to you maybe either in chambers,
Regarding what?
Alex Mios at the Convest NTR, that's
Who's next?
Is Christopher Finley, page 5, down?
Christopher Finley. Hello.
I could.
Morning.
Morning. Okay. All right, where are we on discovery?
It's almost complete, Judge. We've received a lot of it.
Mhm.
The two same reports that were outstanding were just turned into the DA's office, so they're gonna get those uploaded. And we requested some missing text messages as well as a cell phone video.
All right, and when are the missing text messages?
I'm attempting to get those to her. Unfortunately, the victim is associated with that. It's not been responsive to us, so I'm hoping she'll answer the phone so I can get that from her to give to defense. I'm actively making the effort to do so.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, set this for mid-June for discovery, and at that time, state you'll need to be able to tender an offer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, June 16th.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you.
May I be excused?
Yes.
Alani?
Just give me a moment. Yes, have a good one. Clayton Kimball. Oh, counsel, you're on this side. Let's see. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court. All right, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's next?
It's, Paul Campbell, page 8, down.
Paul Cantu. Is this an MTR? All right, thank you. No. Oh, was it email? Yeah.
I can get you a copy if you need one, Judge.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
But I need.
Oh,
No
no, I'll
problem.
give it back to you. All right, so my question is, he has a hearing that said, are you on the CPS case or no?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure. You may want to ask him if he's even a party to the CPS case.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right, who's your attorney over there?
My attorney?
Yes.
Oh, it's, his name is Mark Baumbanger.
Oh, okay, I know Mark. And you know Mark.
Yes.
And do you know who your caseworker is?
I know her first name.
All right, so Attorney Wood, since I know you do work over there, can you get in touch with Mark and see who the child's attorney is over there?
Child's attorney is Sally Justice.
Ah, Sally Justice. All right, so if you, do you have Sally Justice's number?
I do.
All right, if you can get in touch with them and let them know what the request is here, so that I can find out how is he doing in CPS court or not.
Okay, just by way of introduction, Mr. Cantu has been on deferred adjudication for 2 years. He's done everything very well. He even brought me a note to my office, which doesn't happen very often, saying how well he was doing. So if perchance Miss Justice says that she's not in favor, would the court entertain a motion to alter and amend?
Oh, yes, I'll still
community
consider it.
supervision?
I love information, and I think the more information, the better. So I know you're telling me you're doing great and that they're considering, I guess, having visitation with you. So I'm just trying to figure out.
I already have visitation with my son.
Yeah.
That all they need is this condition changed so that way he can come home.
Okay, so that's
I've
what
done I've done all my services through CPS.
so I appreciate you telling me that, but I'd like to get input from the child's attorney.
Sure.
And if they are at that stage in the case that he says they're at, I don't think Miss Justice will probably have any objection, but I just want Miss Justice input.
Do you want me to have her call you?
If you'll talk to Miss Ferguson, she can zoom in, or either we can do a conference call, whichever you all think is best.
Okay.
All right, and we'll get this done today.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, who's next?
There's a feedback on the top of your desk. You don't say six.
All right, the party's on Carlisle Klarner. Court is calling 2026 CR 003-113 State versus. How do you pronounce your name?
Carlisle,
And the last name?
Klarner.
Oh, okay, thank you. Carlisle Klarner, could I have parties announced?
Florida Espinoza for the state.
Jerry Valdez, Jr. for Mr. Coroner.
And are you Mr. Klarner?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Mr. Klarner, did you review the application? Counsel, I'm sorry, I need you to sign. Mr. Klarner, did you review the application for deferred adjudication or community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Klarner, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram. That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is from 180 days in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor, he is, and he was.
Mr. Klarner, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Your Honor.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering this plea, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and re-entry. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his rights to jury trial. The court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at an $800 fine probated. State recommends deferred adjudication. There is $65 restitution to the Bear County Crime Lab for drug testing. Did you understand that to be your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
By signing that you're waiving your right to appeal, the only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication before a term of 2 years, there be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, the DOEP course, and regular random UAs. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parn right now is unemployed, Your Honor, and it's because he's at Haven for Hope right now. He's in a drug rehabilitation program. It's gonna last approximately 3 months. He's been in there almost a month, Your Honor. So right now, while he's in there, they're not allowing him to work. So, because of the program, so
All
we're
right.
asking the court to take that into consideration right now.
What program are you in?
ITP,
Okay.
it's through Haven for Hope. It's on campus.
You said ITP?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any children?
No, ma'am.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. 2 years deferred adjudication, $800 fine to be probated, continued participation in the ITP program through Haven for Hope. You're going to need to sign a release so that probation can have information, you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular random UAs, proof of employment within 65 days, within 40 days of release from the program. $100 of community service restitution. With a deduction of 1 hour for every sober support meeting that is completed. Field visits 1 time per month for 6 months. There's $65 restitution to the Bear County Crime Lab for drug testing. Probation, is there anything else?
Sorry.
100 hours.
Nothing else.
And of course, with the employment, no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. And no unsupervised contact with minors. Is there anything else that you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. So just make sure that you stay on top of that program. Because if you start backsliding, then you look up, you're off track, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
And the other thing, get a handbook on the rules of the road when you ride a bicycle, right? A lot of people think you're allowed to ride bicycles on sidewalks, but you're not. That's one rule. The other rule they have is if you are walking, you are not allowed to walk in the street if a sidewalk is provided. So anytime you do that, an officer can stop you. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge, remember you too.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's next?
Daryl Payne, page 8 at the bottom.
Hi, welcome back. So how are things going with Mr. Payne? Oh, you're on this side.
Okay. Depending on every department, but.
Okay.
Well, Judge, the last time we were here, I requested that Mr. Payne be screened to see if he qualifies for fact. I know that we got conflicting,
Yes.
reports on whether they were taking clients. I did confirm with his brother that he has well care, which is it's Medicaid. So I don't believe that evaluation has been done, Judge.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. If you can confer with Miss Abrams and the coordinator, and let's see if we can get a Zoom. I know we tried to do it before, but life got in the way and there were issues outside of everyone's control.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if we can get together on a Zoom. You all pick what date and we will have a Zoom to see what can be done.
Okay, and
Just confirm. All right, Mr. Payne, we're gonna see what we can do, okay? All right, thank you. And then just let me know what date.
and Norma will know when you're available.
Yeah, if
Judge?
you'll speak with Miss Abrams too.
Okay.
Yes.
Just talked to Sally. She said that she's available. She doesn't have an issue with changing the conditions. But she's happy to jump on with you, or I can give you her cell number and you can reach out and
Oh, no, I have her number. And let me just see if there's any other conditions that are
Sure.
being requested.
okay. So, I mean, I'm happy to create a record and get
Yep,
his
yep.
testimony on that issue.
All right, can I see the file on Paul Cantu, please? Mr. Cantu, if you can come forward. Oh, and I'm sorry, could I see do you have the case summary? Let me just look at that one more time. Oh, no, I don't need the file. Thank you. ordering supervised. So it'll be supervised. And if they decide to change that, then you all can come back and we'll have Miss Justice by Zoom or the caseworker by Zoom. Okay, all right.
Thank you,
Stay on
Judge.
track. Don't let other people pull you off track.
Good point, Judge.
All right, thank you.
You can go, you can see, okay?
Well, yeah, but the situation is they wanted this probation, but it's gonna be the same.
Judge, may I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Yeah.
Kelly, your question. It's an eight one here.
They need to change that.
Sorry, Kelly.
So who is this?
You guys.
Who is it?
It's Kelly of, I can't pronounce that word, of wherever.
Okay. All right, if you'll come forward, yes. Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. How's everything going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I cannot complain.
That's great.
So, Judge, Ms. Aguero requested a transfer to Houston.
Mhm.
And I believe you had additional questions that you
Yes.
just wanted to ask her.
Yes, so in it, it says that you're going to be with your significant other.
Correct.
And that the significant other is, they put in here, their main financial support. And so I'm trying to figure out who is there.
Myself and Layla, the 3-year-old.
All right. And is he the father of the 3-year-old?
No.
And so tell me, and I always ask these questions because part of my role is to protect the community.
I
right?
understand.
So what is your plan for being there? What's going to be the arrangement?
We actually just upgraded to a 2-bedroom apartment. I have the new address here as well. So that when Skylar, the 10-year-old, soon to be 11-year-old, comes to visit as well, they have their own room and more situated living arrangement. She is waitlisted, or Layla is waitlisted to go to school and get back into school. She was in Head Start here. It's just been a little bit more difficult to get her in the middle of the year now.
And I'm sorry, how old is she?
She's 3. She'll be 4 in October.
Okay.
And I work with her daily. We've bought books off of Amazon and things like that. In the meantime, I will be going to school, back to Oval School of Cosmetology.
So you'll be in school.
I'll be in school and he works and she'll be in school, but I'm getting her situated first.
All right, so she'll be in school, he'll be at work, you'll be in school. And then when she's released from school, who's there to greet her?
Myself. It will be, the schedule is, I believe it's 8 or 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, the school schedule.
Okay. I always just want to hear about people's plans because I want you to be successful on probation. And sometimes I'll help people, as you can imagine, and even in practice, where people uproot their lives and then things fall apart. And then when things fall apart, children are sort of like, hey, my life has been uprooted.
Yes,
So
and
I just want
I
to
know there's been a lot of that with everything in the past that's happened, and that's kind of why I wanna go to Houston, have a new beginning, somewhere fresh for the both of us. More stable lifestyle, with James, he's the superintendent for the hospitals there. Right now, he is currently going back and forth between night and day shift, which is why he couldn't be here, or else he would have been here as well.
So what does he do?
He's a superintendent for, he oversees the construction of the cancer hospitals in Houston.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. All right, and I'm sorry, what's the name of the person you're with?
James.
Okay, okay. All right. Ms. Abrams? Yes, she can transfer.
Okay.
All righty, good luck.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're
Have a great
welcome.
day.
All right, you too. If you can give that to Bashan. And Vashawn, on that, if you can see if probation, if they do field visits, that if they can just do one field visit. All right, who is here on Jay Taylor? And do you all have a date on Daryl Payne?
On the fourth,
All righty.
then I don't know if after we want to do that or the alternate day or.
Yes, we can have a Zoom meeting on, you know what? Let me see. Yeah, we'll do a Zoom meeting on May 4th, and then Norma, if you recall Mr. Payne for May 5th. And everyone, just give me a moment.
Like that, yeah.
All right, court is calling 2025 CR 008182 State versus Jay Taylor. Can I have parties announced?
Megan Galloway for the state.
Attorney Wilson for defense.
And are you Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Doing good.
All right. Did you review the motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you the same J. David Taylor who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2025 CR 008182 for the offense of robbery on August 18th, 2025 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Violation of condition number 4 in Bear County, Texas, the defendant J. David Taylor did then and there fail to report supervision officer as directed for the months of November and December 2025 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
This would be true.
And violation of condition number 4 in Bear County, Texas, the defendant J. David Taylor did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of January, February, and March 2026 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
This is true as well.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violations 4 and 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations 4 and 4?
Yes.
Court will find 4 and 4 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There is not, Your Honor. The state is asking that you grant the state's motion and enter an adjudication of guilt against the defendant, revoke his community supervision and sentence.
All right, and defense, what are you requesting?
We're requesting that the court follow the probation's recommendation, which is to continue him with bi-weekly reporting. It also references a mental health evaluation that was scheduled for May the 4th of 2026. Now, in conferring with my client, he has said that he doesn't see the need for that mental evaluation. As mentioned in the recommendation from probation, it says that when he was reporting, it had mentioned some mental health issues, and that's why that was scheduled. At this current time, he is saying that he has Let me back up. Bottom line is, he's saying when he was in jail for about 4.5 months prior to this offense, prior to being placed on deferred adjudication. When he was released, he had lost everything, his apartment. And one of the main things that happened was that he had all of his identifying documents were gone.
So here's
But, and he can speak.
the big question is, why didn't he report? He's been missing since 2025. So that's the number one question.
And what I would say, Your Honor, is that I've advised him of the issues involved with you testifying at this proceeding, but would you like to further expound for the court why it is you were not reporting? Remember, this is what we've been talking about the whole time, that's what the court's gonna wanna know.
Yes.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
J. David Taylor.
All right, why were you not reporting?
Basically, when I got out of jail, I basically lost everything. I went through an eviction. I lost the car, my phone. They basically just threw all my stuff away, my documents, school transcripts, everything I had worked for. And then I basically missed the first probation, like by 3 or 4 days. So I figured they had a warrant out. So I just wanted to kind of show up to probation with a payment because I had went the first 2 or 3 months and they were requesting like $80.
All right, everyone whisper, we're on the record, I cannot hear. All right, you may continue.
I wanted to at least go to probation with a payment. It was kind of unusual not having employment, but due to not having my documents, I wasn't able to secure a job. So I know it doesn't allow a lack of accountability, but now that I do have some of my documents retrieved, like my birth certificate, I got my social, and I'm working with KRL and Corazon Ministries. And hopefully Haven for Hope will accept me, so I'll have like a place to stay. It shouldn't be a problem in the future.
All right.
And so, Your Honor, we would ask the court to consider continuing him. He also has job prospects. He actually has a job, understanding with factory. And so he had issues, but we think that if the court were to continue him, that it would not be an issue moving forward, Judge. If the court is not inclined to continue him, we would ask the court to consider the minimum.
Well, no. Any questions?
I do. Okay, and so at the time that you were placed on probation, the address that you provided was that you were living at 1 Haven for Hope Way. Is that where you were living at the time?
I was at Haven for Hope. That was the last address, but this would be like 8716 Fairhaven. That was the last address was.
So hold on. So before you went into jail, you were living at Haven for Hope?
No, I was living at Fairhaven.
At Fairhaven, and then when you were released from jail, where did you go? To Haven for Hope?
Well, I was evicted, or I didn't have that apartment anymore on Fairhaven, so I went to Haven for Hope, and they said I needed a referral to get back in since the last time I wasn't there for more than 30 days.
Okay, and then you reported to probation that you were unemployed.
Right.
Okay, so why did you report that if you had a job?
I didn't have a job at the time that I was out of jail. I was in there for 4.5 months, so I didn't have employment at the time or my documents or anything.
So are you saying prior to being in custody at the jail, you had a job?
I would say I was working at the time, right? I worked down on Grayson.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then you're saying you lost that job as a
Right,
result of
and being in jail for 4 months, they said I was like, no call, no show, so they terminated me.
And then I guess just as a result of you losing your identifying documents and stuff, that's not something that you have to show to probation to report, correct?
Right.
Right, so how did that have an effect on you not?
I would say the first 2 months that I showed up, they were requesting $80. I was always used to, providing and paying rent. So not having a job and then trying to reapply was difficult due to the fact that I didn't have a social, birth certificate or anything. They basically just threw all of my stuff away.
Okay, and then I guess also said that you were scared because you were a couple of days late and you didn't.
Right,
you
the
didn't
last
really know.
probation date, I think around December, whenever I guess prior call to verify the date, I still kind of missed the date by like 3 days or so, so I figured they had a warrant. And I just wanted to kind of gather my documents, et cetera, and at least bring the payment.
Okay,
But
all right, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Court will hear argument.
Judge, we're just asking for you to grant the state's motion and submit him to 6 years in prison.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to consider probation's recommendations. They know this client. They know his demeanor. They know what he has been doing. One thing that was not mentioned, he was homeless at the time, living under the bridge. Is that correct?
right,
So there were some significant transportation issues. But we would ask the court to consider probation's recommendation of having him to report bi-weekly. He understands that if he were to violate again, that he is still facing a full range of punishment. If the court is not inclined to continue him on his probation, we would ask the court to consider the minimum here, which will be 2 years based on the actual offense, which he has yet to be adjudicated for, but that he did plead guilty to, or no contest.
All right, I never understand how someone, if you didn't report for all this time, I don't understand how, okay, we're gonna make them report double means, helps with anything. I don't see that as being rehabilitation. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to grant the state's motion, revoke, find you guilty. There's to be no contact with Erica Aguilar, no contact with the Dollar General. The court will request the therapeutic community, and the court will sentence you to 4 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. You have a limited right to appeal. That right to appeal is as it relates to the allegations in the motion, not the fact that you were on deferred adjudication. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what that is, you'll need to speak to an attorney, and I'll retain jurisdiction. All right, thank you. All right, who's next?
Zachary Garcia, he's on page 10.
Zachary Garcia. Are you all proceeding on the motion to revoke?
The recommendation was to extend 1 year, alter and amend the conditions to an inpatient treatment.
All right, I don't know if I'm going to do that. So are y'all proceeding on the MTR?
Yes, we're prepared to plead true to the one violation.
All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 6331B, State versus Zachary Garcia. Can I have parties announced for the record
$100,800.
for the defense?
Mick Aguilar on behalf of Zachary Xavier Garcia.
And are you Mr. Garcia?
yes, ma'am.
Did you review the document entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Zachary Xavier Garcia who's placed on deferred adjudication in 2023 CR 6331B for the offense of assault on a security officer on November 6, 2023 for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed, state.
On or about the 23rd day of March, 2026, in Bear County, Texas, the defendant Zachary Xavier Garcia did then and there fail to comply with treatment alternative to incarceration recommendations through Bear County CSCD in violation of condition number 28.
May you plead to that true or not true?
True.
All right. By pleading true to violation of condition number 28, did you understand the court could revoke your probation, your deferred adjudication, find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 28?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 28 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, proposed agreement is to deny the motion to revoke, extend the probationer for 1 year and include in his conditions the ISF two program, followed by aftercare with the intermediate sanctions program unit.
All right. So here's my question. So it's saying that he failed to comply with the TAP recommendations, and what were those recommendations?
The outpatient treatment.
And what do they mean by he failed to comply? He just said, I'm not doing it?
Oh, no, ma'am. I worked, almost 65 hours a week. So it was hard to do that and, go to the classes.
So probation,
Initially, this part IOP, in November, he's showing minimal effort, exceptions, having a non-compliant attitude and limited commitment to recovery. We did a revised TAP, and that revised TAP, so that was that. We did a revised TAP, indicated for him to for local ISF. In addition to getting some outpatient treatment, the top recommendation included monthly UA and documented sober support.
all right. So you're telling me that you couldn't do this because you had work and other things, and now they're still sending you to inpatient.
All right.
I mean, are they sending him to local ISF and that's inpatient?
It is inpatient, Judge. He just wants you to know he's 27 years old. Okay, I'm sorry, 28. He is responsible for 5 children. And he put work first, working a mess of hours in effort to support the kids and family. He now realizes that supervision, probation, especially in our court, is very serious. That he should have been complying. He understands now that there's a possibility of, number one, getting revoked, number two, doing an inpatient treatment that'll take him for the next 5 or 6 months to complete. Inpatient, away from those 5 kids.
Right. And I'm sorry, state, you may be excused. All right, probation, what are you recommending? Do you think this is that he'll be able to complete this?
Judge, the substance that he was tested positive for was marijuana, and that there was some failure to submit. So, that's been consistent throughout his entire probation term. He says that he has completed the anger management class, but we don't have anything on file to support that. He did complete his parenting class, which gave him the first service hours. I don't show that there's been any payment date in his account.
You want to address that?
Oh,
You want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Zachary Garcia.
Why are you not doing well on probation?
I work long hours to provide a roof over my kid's head, my wife. I've got to pay rent, car, light, electricity, and just I have all these payments, and I also pay child support. So I have to make enough I have to get enough hours to pay child support and have money for my family for bills and food on the table and clothes when the kids back. And it's not that I didn't want to comply, it's just that doing everything for my family is what I feel like I should do.
Like, not a bad person. Um, I just try to work as much hours as I can just to provide what is needed for my kids for school, at home, and just to have a roof over their head. And I just, I just try to be a good father to my kids, children, yes.
Which he is reporting. He has reported, he has taken the UAs, he has missed a couple, and he's had a couple come back positive for marijuana.
What is with this marijuana?
Um, I was going to
what?
get, I was going to get my license to get it because I have real bad anxiety and I get overwhelmed fast. So I guess, I mean, that's not an excuse, but like
No, it is not.
it it helps like with the
When's the last time you used?
since November, going into November now. And I was incarcerated in January for child support. And I've been clean since, and I was given another chance, and I surely I could prove myself.
All right. Ms. Abrams, this is what I'm going to do. Deny the motion, alternate amend conditions to include intensive outpatient treatment, UA hotline for 60 days with testing at least once per week. If any classes for the intensive outpatient treatment is missed, if any UAs are missed on the hotlines, then a motion to revoke will be filed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Ms. Abrams? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's next?
One, three down.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Have a good one. All right, Algadrob. All right, see y'all back at 1:30.
I have filed one yesterday.
All right.
Judge, I had another matter to address with the judge.
Yes.
With the court. Our office as well filed a motion to withdraw as counsel for Mr. Overdraft's case.
All right, see y'all back at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Done.
All right, who is this essential witness?
She is a witness who was present with the complainant, the defendant, minutes before the alleged sexual assault.
Okay, and
She has court on June 2nd, so she
all right, who's next?
The Bedford page 9.
Ledesma? Do y'all have the motion?
I do not, Judge. I actually didn't realize that it was even set for today.
Could I have a file on this case, please?
That doesn't, Isaiah?
All right, this set for this is set for a motion to revoke. Are you all ready to proceed?
No, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this in 10 days for a contested hearing.
I can do May 7th.
All right, see y'all back on May 7th for a contested.
Do we need to set for a different day on the motion to withdraw? Sorry, Judge, just let me give you a heads up.
Yes.
So my client was arrested in Guadalupe County.
Mhm.
And that was about a year ago-ish. He had hired me on all cases, including this one.
Mhm.
They then terminated my services almost a year ago at this point. Back then, we filed a motion to withdraw. However, because he was still in custody in Guadalupe County, couldn't have a hearing
All
on
right,
it.
can I see the motion to withdraw? He said he filed one.
And again, it would have been almost a year ago at this point. I mean, panicking, I'm like, I'm refiled it. Yeah, almost.
Put it up right now.
Thanks.
All right, so your counsel actually filed a motion to withdraw July 2025. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my understanding is that you all released him from services. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 6907B State versus Isaiah Ledesma for the defense.
John Pettis?
And are you Mr. Ledesma? And do you have any objections to defense counsel withdrawing?
No.
All right, then that will be granted. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Victoria, sorry, Victoria, she's not here.
All righty. Who's the attorney for Victoria Mora?
I am, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My client failed to appear. I have not been in contact with her.
Is she on a commercial bond?
I'm not exactly sure what type of bond she's on, but I was planning on checking that out, see if I can call the bonds.
Oh, well, you want to see if you can call the bondsman if she's on a commercial bond?
Sure, let me check now.
All right, and then just come back up and I'll take care of it. Who's next? Yes. It's a PR bond? Yeah. All right, If you all can make an announcement for Victoria Mora. All right. Court is calling 2026 CR 0035599 State versus Victoria Morrow. Could I have parties announced?
Alexander Kraus for the defense.
All right, this hearing is scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 11:06 a.m. The defendant has not made an appearance. Deputy, did you make an announcement? Defense, have you had any contact?
No, Your Honor.
State?
We would request a bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right, the court will issue a judge's warrant and remand your client without bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Who's next?
Teresa McCormick?
Yes, sir.
She's on page 340.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Getting older, like everybody else.
All right, where are we on this case?
What?
No sense.
Okay,
Judge, the
go
last
ahead.
time that we were here, the autopsy report and the discoveries in the medical examiner's office was missing. So that has been turned over. It was uploaded to our e-discovery system, which is Axon. Ms. Claudia was telling me that she's having trouble accessing it. So I did provide her copies of that and
Right now, today.
and then I did email our IT department, see if we can get her access to the online system as well.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this for a final discovery at the end of June.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the meantime, the state and I will talk.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
all right, all right, June 29th. Thank you. If your attorney wants you brought back sooner, we'll be informed.
I'll do it, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call you.
All right, who's next?
Carl Robinson? Items.
Wait, there was another one beforehand. Y'all had me sick. That's what you all told me beforehand. Yeah, that's what you had called. Sick. Are y'all ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so can I have that, please?
Judge, we're waiting for the officers to log into the Zoom. Can you please give us like 5 minutes?
Is this Acevedo?
Yes, and Ernest Acevedo and Marco Vergara.
Oh, I'm sorry, if he could just have a seat.
Okay.
And we're just trying to get our probation officers Zoom call.
So are you all gonna we'll take up Carl Robinson. Thank you. All right, Mr. Robinson. Court is calling 2025 CR 012572-02 State versus Carl Robinson. Could I have parties announced for the record?
State.
Michael DeLeon for Mr. Carl Robinson.
And are you Mr. Robinson?
I am.
All right, so I did find you guilty. And I took an extra day just to consider whether or not I would grant your application. And I will tell you, there's a lot of things for a judge to weigh when they're considering whether or not to grant someone community supervision. Like sometimes people will say, well, you gave that person deferred. Why can't I have deferred? It's the same thing. But I try to stress to people that each case is individual, right? And there are certain facts in certain cases. Like, for example, I know part of the argument is like, well, the co-defendant got deferred adjudication. And I understand that potentially this never would have happened if she hadn't agreed to meet up with somebody, pretend that she's going to be intimate with them, and then they're being set up to be robbed. And I know that person doesn't come with clean hands either, you know, meeting some stranger at a hotel room. But in your case, the facts are that you went there and you went there with the intention to rob. This isn't something, according to the stipulations that I've read, this isn't something where you just happen to be there, you're upset that your girlfriend is agreeing to be intimate with this person. This was all set up for a robbery. And then in the stipulations, the guy says that you were trying to test whether or not his gold chain was actually gold or test the weight of it. So those are problems that I have. And I do realize that you're young. I do realize that the state proceeded on this case as a robbery. So this is what the court is going to do. The court, as previously stated, is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 4 years in the prison. The court will retain jurisdiction. Court will give you credit for any time served. And the court will request the therapeutic community. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I've retained jurisdiction. Your attorney knows what that means, but if you're coming back to me, you're gonna have to show me something and he'll inform you what I mean by that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, who's next? What page was he on?
Page 9.
Thank you. Eddie Baldwin? Oh, he's here?
Yes.
Okay, I was just checking to see if he made in.
He was.
Yes. All right, and Mr. Reyes? Isaias Reyes? All right, you need to be on the second row.
Second row. The other row. Bring it.
Albert Carl Gunther.
Judge, I don't think he was notified to the computer,
Okay,
but I'm trying to make.
all right. All right, everyone, the court is taking its recess at noon, and then we're coming back for a jury trial at 1:30. Hi, Marco.
How's it going, Judge?
Oh, it's doing great. Good seeing you. Are y'all ready to proceed on this contested?
We are, Judge, and yes, we will be waiting.
All right, could I have the? All right, where's?
Baldwin?
All right, the court is calling 2024 CR 3533 Sate versus Alex Nielsek. Could I have parties announced for the record? And where is he? Hello. Are you Mr. Miasek? All right, did you review the document entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you the same Alex Miasek who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2024 CR 3533 for the offense of assault causing bodily injury to a family member on November 14, 2024 for a period of 2 years? Is that you? State?
Yes, Judge, we're proceeding on 2 violations. Violation number 1, on or about the 8th day of February, 2026, in Guadalupe, Texas, the defendant, Alex Miosek, committed the offense of assault in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Not true.
And proceeding to violation number 20, on or about the 23rd day of January, 2026, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Alex Miosek, did then and there failed to submit to drug testing as directed by the court officer, supervision officer, and or a duly authorized agent of the court in violation of condition number 20.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Not true.
All right, state. You may
Yeah.
proceed. Call your witnesses.
Yes, Judge. The state calls Marco Vergara.
All right.
Sorry, before we begin, I am not set up with my laptop and I don't know if we're expecting to do it at the bench, but I would prefer to sit at the council table if I could.
Okay, well, they have other things at the council table. I mean, you're more than welcome to sit your laptop up here. Is there room for it up there?
I think they said I could sit there, so if that's okay with the court.
All right, fine. Have a seat. Rick, can you turn the microphone on that's on the table for him? Thank you.
You're gonna use the table, Judge?
Yeah, they said they wanted to. Just this one.
Okay.
All right, state, you may proceed. Who's your witness?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Vergara?
All right, could you unmute, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom, state, defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Vergara, can you please say your name for the record?
My name is Marco Vergara.
Thank you. And what's your current occupation?
I'm a community supervision officer for Bexar County.
And how long have you been employed as a CSO?
I've been employed as a CSO since about late October 2025.
And what agency do you work for?
Can you repeat the question?
What agency do you work
I work for Bexar County Adult Probation.
for? Thank you. And can you just briefly describe your duties as a CSO?
My duties as a CSO, including supervising probationers during their term of deferred education or regular probation, ensuring that they're submitting to UAs, filing paperwork with the court, making sure that they're compliant with the conditions such as bib or no contact orders, and then going over their fees and seeing them every month as well.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Vergara, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Music?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you assigned as a supervision officer for this defendant?
Yes, ma'am. I took over supervision for Mr. Miosek in about early November 2025.
Okay, and before that, was it another officer, CSO, supervising him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have you reviewed the defendant's file?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was the defendant placed on community supervision by this court?
Yes, ma'am. He's placed on deferred adjudication on November 14th, 2024 for 2 years.
2024. And for what offense was he placed on probation for?
He's placed on a deferred adjudication for assault.
And are you familiar with the specific conditions imposed on this defendant?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of his conditions.
And are those conditions clearly explained to the probationer?
Yes, ma'am. When individuals granted probation, they see intake and then they're read to them their conditions. And then during their initial visit with their assigned CSO, the conditions are reviewed again as well. And then we also review conditions during their office visits that are assigned by the court.
Okay, you previously stated that there was another CSO previously assigned to this officer. So when you were assigned to these officers, do you go over the conditions with the probationer?
I go over their conditions assigned by the court at every visit. So the no harmful injurious contact orders or classes, but the full conditions, from my understanding, are reviewed by the initial CSO.
Okay. And is the defendant's responsibility to comply with those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, can you please tell the court what conditions did the defendant violated on the violation report submitted?
Yes, ma'am. On roughly on February 12th, 2026, I was contacted by Shirts Police Department informing me of a new assault charge, and that the victim in the new case was wanting to press charges, and so we went ahead and did the violation report, and then Upon reviewing his file again, I noticed that he had failed to submit to UA testing in January. After the January office visit, he was directed to submit by, I believe, that following Friday on January 23rd, 2026, and we never received a UA submission. So a violation report and a motion to revoke was filed in the court.
Okay, thank you. So are those the only violations that he committed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no, pass the witness.
All right, defense?
Mr. Regatta, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear
All right, good morning. How are you?
you. I'm good. Yourself?
I'm doing well. I recognize your face. I did not know that you had gone to work for the probation department. You used to work in the courthouse, right?
Yes, sir. I used to be a court clerk.
Yes, okay. It's good to see you again. I do have a few questions for you. You told Judge Boyd that Alex had been placed on deferred adjudication in November of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there any previous MTRs filed other than the one that we're currently here for today?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge. I haven't seen any previous MTRs or VRs filed in the past.
Okay. And with regard to the violations, you had mentioned that you had received information or a call that there was an assault allegation out of a different county. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, to be fair, you do not know or have any personal knowledge about any assault allegations regarding Mr. Mayosek, correct?
Nothing other than what was reported to me by Shirts Police Department along with the officer's report. I know nothing else, sir.
But per adult probation policy, I assume if you receive that information, are you obligated to go ahead and request that an MTR be filed or start preparing the paperwork for an MTR?
From my understanding, yes, sir. Once we get a notification from another agency or county, and then we get the offense report, we file the VR to MTR.
All right. And in addition to that, I guess when you have an allegation like that, you start to go back and look through chronos and review the history of this particular individual to find out, hey, is there anything else we can add in here? Is that not a standard practice?
Yes, sir. We just review, make sure that and see, verify if any other conditions have been previously violated, add them onto the MTR. But other than the failing to submit to the UA, that was the only other violation that Mr. Miosik had done.
Okay, and outside of the allegation that was made by the Guadalupe County authorities, if you had to give Alex a grade on his probation performance up to that point, what would you give him?
Up to the point of the violation from Guadalupe County, Mr. Miosik had been compliant with probation, and we hadn't had any issues with him reporting or anything, and he had maintained communication.
Okay, Mr. Vergara, I appreciate your time today. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just to your honor. Officer Vergara.
Yes, ma'am.
So for violation condition number 20th, that condition, was it in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am. That condition was in Bexar County. You're talking about the failure to submit, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I know it might be a little difficult because you're on Zoom, but do you see the defendant in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am. I see him on the second table to the right, wearing the polo.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe a clothing, color of clothing?
He's wearing a what looks like a beige colored polo.
Okay.
And he has
Thank
a
you.
watch.
I'm sorry, let the court reflect that the officer has recognized the defendant. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state calls Mr. Ernest Acevedo.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
I am Officer Ernest Acevedo.
Any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? State defense?
Not gonna say.
No, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Acevedo, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Ernest Acevedo.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a supervision officer with Bexar County Probation.
And how long have you been a supervision officer?
It's a little over 10 years.
Okay. And Mr. Acevedo, are you familiar with the defendant, in this case, Mr. Alex Music?
Yes,
And were you initially assigned as a supervision officer for this defendant?
yes.
When was that?
When he was granted in November 2024,
Okay.
up until September 2025 was the last time I saw him.
Okay. And for how long was he placed on probation for?
2 years.
Okay. And did you go over the conditions with the defendant?
Yes,
And did he acknowledge that he has to comply with those conditions imposed by the court?
yes,
Did he sign a form stating that he understood those conditions?
yes. He signed those conditions at intake.
And what's the date on that he signed those conditions?
He signed those November 15th, 2024.
And on what date did yourself went over the conditions with him?
I met with him for the first time December 17th, 2024, which is when I reviewed the conditions with him.
And does that include condition number 1?
Yes.
And can you please just read condition number 1?
Neither commit nor be convicted of any new offenses against the laws of the state of Texas or any other state of the United States of America.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does he have a report, violation report submitted?
To my knowledge, yes, the report was submitted.
And for what offense?
What are the allegations on the MTR, are you asking?
Yes, sir.
Number 1 and 20.
Can you please go over violation number 1?
Oh shit, I don't have the. On or about the 8th day of February 2026 in Guadalupe County, the defendant Alex Milchik committed the offense of assault.
Okay, thank you. I pass the witness.
Defense?
Mr. Acevedo, good morning.
Hi.
How much time did you supervise Alex? You know?
I supervised him from December 2024 to last time I saw him was in September. I'm sorry, September 2024 to September 2025.
And then Mr. Vergara assumed responsibility for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So almost a year that you were working with him?
Right.
In that year, did you ever submit any violation reports to the court?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did Alex ever give you any issues or any problems?
No, sir.
Would you consider or describe Alex as a good or model probationer?
He was doing well when I was seeing him.
All right, I appreciate your time. That's all the questions I have.
All right, any
Thank
further
you.
questions?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Oh, yes, the state calls Miss Olivia Weiss.
Hello. Good morning. If you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record. Please keep your voice up so that everyone can hear.
Olivia Weiss.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Miss Weiss. How are you doing today? Is it okay if I call you Olivia?
Yeah.
Olivia, where do you currently live?
In Shirts.
Okay. And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Alex Music.
Okay. And how do you know him?
He used to be my partner and he is my daughter's father.
Okay.
Judge, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Is there any reason she's not in the witness stand? It's.
Do you want her in the
I
witness
would
stand?
prefer it. It's very
All right, if you could take the witness stand and please keep your voice up.
Thanks.
All right, make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, I believe the last question I asked you was, how do you know the defendant?
He used to be my partner and he is my daughter's father.
Okay, so are you currently or not currently in a relationship with him?
No, there's no relationship.
When was the last time you talked to him?
Beginning maybe like the second week of February.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And Olivia, did you know the defendant on February 8th, 2026?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in a relationship with the defendant at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain to the court what were you doing on February 8th, 2026?
We were at a birthday party for one of his coworkers. We were at her apartment celebrating, then we went to a bar, and then we went home.
Okay. And what happened when you got home?
We got into an altercation after we started to settle in for bed. And he punched me in my face and he punched me in my nose.
Okay. So, and let me just go back. You mentioned earlier that you all went to a bar, right? Were you all drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you drinking?
I had some seltzers, White Claws. And I think like some of a mixed drink, I didn't even finish it.
Okay.
That was all.
What about the defendant?
With liquor mixed drinks and White Claws as well.
Okay. And at what time did you all leave the bar?
We didn't end up probably almost 3, so we got home, or I'm sorry, maybe more like about 2:30, 45-ish, because we didn't get home until a little bit after 3 o'clock. We only lived like 20 minutes from the bar.
Okay, so that was on Saturday, right? When you all went to the bar?
Yes, it was
And
technically
then
Saturday
late.
night falling into the Sunday morning.
Okay. So you got home around 3 a.m. Okay. And what was the altercation about?
Sorry, I just feel like a little explicit. I was starting to fall asleep and I didn't want to have sex.
Okay. And what happened after you informed him that you did not want to have sex?
Said something pretty explicit. It was respectful.
Okay.
So of course I was upset by that as well. And then it started to rise into the argument that it became.
Okay. So you never had sexual contact with him?
Not that night, no.
Okay. And what happened next, Ms. Olivia? Take your time. Okay.
When he punched me on my right cheek, I was turning to get up out of bed. He grabbed the back of my shirt and it ripped down its side. Now, of course, I have no shirt on. And I tossed my shirt, he tore my shirt off of me. He's now calling me names because of my shirt being ripped off of me. I'm upset. So you ripped my shirt, you punched me in my face, and then he punches me in my nose. And there's blood all over my bedroom, all over me, all over the shirt that was torn.
How many times did he punch you?
that night twice.
And where exactly did he punch you?
On my right cheek.
On both times?
This was once. And then my nose as well.
And what did you do after he hit you?
I said you broke my nose.
Okay.
What you did to me. He said, you did that to yourself, quit playing victim. And that repeated back and forth, and then I locked myself in the bathroom.
And what did you feel when he punched you?
Physically, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Extreme pain, felt like my face exploded. My gums here were all bruised as well, so my mouth was hurting. All of my face here was hurting. In between my eyes was hurting. I could barely even gently rub near my eyebrows without it hurting. My whole face hurt.
Okay. And you said, you mentioned earlier that you went to the restroom.
Yes.
What was he doing when you went to the restroom?
He left.
He left the house?
Yep.
Okay. Did he come back?
No.
Okay. So when you were at the restroom, what did you do?
I was begging for him to bring me ice. Because my face hurt so bad. And I just sat on the floor crying, looking at my face.
Okay. Okay. So you mentioned earlier that he left. So when you were in the restroom, he was still there?
Momentarily, and then he ended up leaving.
Okay.
He thought me asking for help was from him, was me on the phone with somebody else. Which I was not.
How long were you in the restroom for?
And I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
And what did you do when you were in the restroom?
I took pictures of my face and I just sat there and cried.
Was anyone else present at the home when this happened?
Not at the time of it happening, no. My dad later arrived to take me to the hospital where I got a CT scan.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you what has been pre-marked as state exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this, Miss Olivia?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this?
It's a picture of my face covered in blood from my nose.
Okay. And when exactly did you take the picture?
Minutes after he punched me.
And this photo is fairly inaccurately depict what happened to you that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Tendering defense for any objections?
No objections, Judge.
All right, and you're offering to admit what's the number?
State exhibit number 1.
All right, state's exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
Yes. Okay, so what did you do after you were in the restroom? You mentioned that you called your dad, and what happened next?
I had the CT scan done at Northeast Methodist Hospital. They also noted that my right cheek was swollen and bruised, my gums were bruised, I had a scratch on my upper lip, and that my left nasal bone was fractured.
Okay. And at what time did you arrive to the hospital that night?
5 a.m. I didn't leave till like the sun was up by the time that we had left.
Okay. And were there any cameras recording at your house or anything?
The baby monitor that we do have was not recording because I did not have an SD card in that camera in my bed.
Okay. Okay. Did at any point did you call the officers, police officers?
While I was at the hospital, I report with the shirts police department. Yes.
And did the officers get there?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it the police report made on the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you return to your house after the incident?
Not until I think Monday, after the hospital, I went to my friend's house.
After a hospital, okay. Did you have any contact with the defendant afterwards?
Briefly,
What about?
just him coming home. I told him it wasn't a good idea because I filed a police report and a protective order. And I was worried of his reaction or retaliation. I didn't want him to know that I did that yet.
Mhm.
So I was waiting until that went into effect.
Okay.
So it was just honestly kind of stalling. He wanted to try to come grab his things or see our daughter, but I did not feel safe for that.
Okay.
So I said I didn't feel good. It wasn't a good idea. Etc.
Did he respect your decision?
To an extent. After a while, he started to be, he started to show more aggravation that I would not answer the phone or that I was acting different or let him over. But I changed the locks, so that made me feel a little bit better.
And when did you end the relationship with him?
The second he broke my nose.
Okay. Okay. Mhm. And where did this incident happen?
At my home in Shirts,
Okay. What county is that?
Guadalupe County.
Guadalupe County. Okay. Do you currently live there still?
I am.
Okay. And Miss Olivia, how are you feeling emotionally after all this happened?
Terrible. It's my daughter's father. No one wants to be put in this position by their partner, but no one also wants to see their partner in that position either. But I have to stick up for myself, for my daughter. So I've been upset, but I feel really confident that I am hopefully displaying what my daughter should and should not tolerate one day.
Thank you for that, Ms. Weiss. I pass the witness.
Defense.
Ms. Wise, good morning. You and I have actually never met or had an opportunity to discuss any of the events of that February morning, correct?
No, I'm not mad.
Okay. Now, you have talked to a lot of different people about the events of that day, correct?
When you say a lot of different people.
Well, you talked to a police officer on a phone call. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Did
well,
you?
I spoke, when I made my report, I was at the hospital.
Right. But before the police officer that you spoke to at the hospital came and saw you, do you recall having a phone conversation with a police officer who then came and saw you?
I thought I was just speaking with dispatch, so I was making a report. The person I spoke with was a woman, and then the officer showed up as a male.
Okay. All right. At some point though, while you were in the hospital, you do recall a police officer coming to talk to you,
Yes,
and your dad was there,
yes,
and you and your dad had a conversation with this police officer about the events and details of the last 3 to 5 hours. Does that sound about right?
yes,
You also spoke to your father, correct?
yes.
And I don't know who else you may have talked to, but you've spoken to at least 3 or 4 or maybe 5 different representatives from the district attorney's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've also spoken to a prosecutor that works in Guadalupe County. Her name is Brianna Vela.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so the reason I'm asking you about this is it seems like you have a pretty vivid recollection of the events and the details of that night, and you kind of regurgitated the story to about 10 different people. Does that sound fair?
Yes, sir.
One thing that I found interesting was in your testimony, you said you were talking about these cameras, and you said unfortunately that there was no recording of the incident because there wasn't an SD card in that too. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that is that a detail or something you told these prosecutors?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
That SD card has not had, that camera has not had an SD card in it since January 1st because it broke when I was trying to keep the camera.
So you're certain that when you sat down with Miss Jones and whoever else, that the SD card came up because the recordings came up and you told them there would have been a recording, but there was no SD card.
If we are mentioning on possibly hearing audio, because we have multiple cameras since he broke the other one that I was able to use too, an SD card would not fit into the broken camera. I could not have an SD card in there.
Okay. But you do recall telling all the prosecutors and interns and whoever else that was there, the only reason there's not a recording is because there wasn't an SD card.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm confused by the question.
Well,
I said there's a possibility I was able to receive the video and then I realized there's no SD card. It overlaps. If there's nothing in there, I can't forward the video.
do you recall telling the prosecutors that you met with that you had an audio recording of the incident?
I said there was a possibility. And I realized that possibility was not possible. I was not able to receive that.
Okay, Ms. Wise, let's kind of circle back to all the people that you talked to. Now, would you agree with me? You know, here we are in court. Alex's livelihood, freedom, it's on the line, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you know, the information that you're providing is going to be critical for the court to consider in deciding what to believe and what to do. You understand that as well.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just wondering, is there anything about that night that you just completely left out of your narrative and never told anybody?
No, nothing that would make any difference. He broke my nose.
Okay,
There's no changing.
okay.
I'm not leaving out or lying.
Okay, you're kind of answering a different question, but I'm asking you, are there any details about that night that for some reason you just have chose not to tell anybody?
Anything other than explicit words that would just be inappropriate to repeat, words by him that I would not feel comfortable repeating in a public courtroom, sir.
All right, so then let me ask you this question. After the incident, as you described it here today, Alex left the apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was gone, right? He did not come back, did he?
No,
Do you know where he went?
he went to my mom's house.
Okay, how do you know that?
I tried to get my house key from him and I have his location.
Okay, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. You never told anybody, that once Alex left the house, you, and you were in an inebriated state. Can we agree on that?
I was able to drive.
Okay, but do you remember telling the prosecutors and the police that you were drunk? You had a lot to drink?
I didn't say that I had a lot to drink. I had been drinking that night.
Okay, we can leave it at that. But the second Alex left the house, the first thing you did was get in your car and go pursue Alex.
That was not the first thing that I did. I sat on my floor for about 10-15 minutes, took a picture, cried, realized he had left. The reason why I had not mentioned it is because I didn't think it was relevant that I tried to get my house key. Because what was relevant is that he broke my nose. There was nothing wrong with me trying to receive my house key from him.
Well, the incident happens around 3 a.m., correct?
It was about 3:38 when I took the photo of my nose broken, and that was shortly after he
And the reporting from the hospital and the contact with police is until sometime around 7:30, 7:30, is that correct?
No, it was around 5-ish AM. My parents had my daughter, they took her to try to get her workman's while they were asleep.
Okay, you know that they recorded all of this and the timestamps are there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
you're telling me it was at 5 AM?
5-ish. And remember, when I saw my call log, it was 5 something when I tried to first reach out to my parents.
Okay. After you left your house, did you confront Alex at a QT gas station?
I didn't confront him. I stopped because I saw his truck was stopped. I asked, what is he doing? Just punched me in my nose. Where are you going? I need my house key. I didn't want him to come back to my home.
So Alex, who left your home, you felt compelled to go after and confront, talk, whatever it is. Did he have your key?
Yes, he had my house key. I did not want him to be able to enter the home again.
And so there is a very heated conversation in that QT parking lot. Would you agree with that?
But I don't know how to explain heated.
And-
My
and-
face was still covered in blood. Yeah, there was a little tension.
And in that conversation, did Alex tell you, I'm going to my mother's, go home? Go home.
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No,
Do you recall Alex leaving the QT and driving in the direction of his mother's?
yes.
Did it become apparent to you, looks like he's going to his mother's?
He could be going anywhere towards that way because we were the further ones out. Everybody he knows goes towards that way.
But as it turns out, he went to his mother's.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you followed the whole way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alex's mother knew you were coming, didn't she?
Well, I'm assuming so. She had a call from him or something. We
Well,
had separate cars.
Was she communicating with you prior to your arrival, saying, Olivia, please don't come over here. Please just turn around and go home.
It wasn't that polite, but yeah.
Okay. It could have been more forceful, but long before you got there, his mother was telling you, trying to diffuse the situation, please just go home.
That's not, I wouldn't call it confusing, but she had told me to, I can't remember word for word, but she had messaged me, yes, about me being there, about me coming. I wanted my key back.
Do you remember telling her in the text conversation, you guys were arguing about what happened? Do you remember that?
I'm not sure what text you're referring to. I don't have anything to look at.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
The D. You just have the D.
That's why I'm going to show you what is marked for identification as defense exhibit. You don't have to tell me what it is. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it is a text message between, I'm assuming his mom. It just shows my contact ID at the top.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be part of the conversation you were having with his mother when you were driving over to her house?
Briefly, I mean, I was driving, so like, was looking for a quickly scan it.
But you do recognize defendants one to be the texting conversation you're having with Alex's mother.
Do I recognize this conversation?
Yes.
Again, briefly, yes, I just got my mouth broken and I was driving, looking for the weed, everything else.
Okay. And so in the conversation, do you agree with me? She is telling you, trying to get away from you, do not come over.
Yeah, that looks like that's what she said.
Do you also acknowledge that in this conversation, you're telling her that you have cameras?
Yes, and then I realized later that I was not able to receive that.
Okay.
I have cameras all over the place that captured the previous assaults as well, so.
Okay.
I'm confused where this changes that he broke my nose, sir.
Okay, I know you want to keep saying that, and that's fine, but
That's the.
I want to talk to you about about this stuff for now, okay?
Okay.
Did it stop you from going over there? It didn't stop you, did it?
No, because I arrived and I wanted my house key.
Okay. And I guess his mother met you in the parking lot and the two of you, I guess, had your own words. But eventually you left and went back home.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I do, Judge. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find this.
All right, everyone, with the exception of what I'm hearing now, you all will be back here at 1:30. The number one person up for trial first is Michael Balderas. So you need to call your attorney and let them know that they need to be here because you're number one for trial. And then everyone else will follow thereafter.
I'm sorry. Just kind of the ending line of thought here. So you leaving your house, like your immediate thought or action wasn't, I need to call the police right now. You didn't do that, did you?
No, I took a picture so I could later call the police. I needed to get my key to ensure that he would not come back.
Okay.
That was my first thought, was what's going to happen when my daughter comes here in the morning? What if he comes back? I need my key.
Okay, so to be clear, you did not call the police.
Not till I was at the hospital shortly after that, no.
And you didn't call your dad either.
Did not get a hold of them. I waited until I finally got back home, and it wasn't so much later because I didn't even know how I was getting home. I didn't put in the address. I don't know where it's at San Antonio. And I realized it took me some way different way. I don't even know where. And then I finally realized I'm far.
So your immediate line of thought was, I need to go chase Alex down.
No,
I'm gonna object to ask and answer. Your Honor.
That'll be overruled. Just one moment, Ms. Hedlund. I have your paperwork. You can appear by Zoom. But well, I mean, your client can be here, but you can be by Zoom or either appear. All right, thank you. All right, ask your question, counsel.
Your immediate line of thought was, I need to go chase Alex.
No, that was taking a photo, and I was not chasing him. I was trying to receive my house key.
But, all right, but that's what you did.
That's,
You went after Alex.
I didn't go after him.
Okay, you went after your key that was with Alex. I don't know how to ask this.
It's, I mean.
You were trying to go where Alex was instead of trying to get away from him.
Objection, relevance.
All right, so this is what I need all parties to do. Number one, Cindy can only take down one person at a time. So wait till the question is asked, the complete question, then you can answer, and then wait for the answer. So what is your question?
Let's get past the QT. Okay. After leaving the QT, did you begin to follow Alex again?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answer.
All right, that'll be overruled.
And you followed Alex to his mother's home, correct?
Yes.
And he got into it with his mother, correct?
Yeah, if that's how you want to put it.
And then you finally came back to your apartment. However long that took.
I was at my home and called my parents, yes.
Okay. And so do you recall in the aftermath of all that, texting Alex? Now you haven't called the police, you haven't gone to the hospital, you just got home and now you're texting Alex making fun of him about getting his mother involved. Do you recall that?
Objection, relevance.
All right, that will be sustained.
Do you recall with regard to Alex's mother threatening her about her grandchild?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevancy?
Well, Judge, it is relevant because I'm trying to lay the foundation for a pattern where she's told the court there was an assault that has occurred and a massive gap in time goes by, and she doesn't call the police or the hospital, and now she's threatening the grandmother about their grandchild, and I'm trying to, it goes to her credibility, Judge, it goes to her credibility.
All right, you can ask the question.
Do you recall telling Alex's mother, you're not going to see your grandchild?
I'm sure I said that, absolutely, because the family makes me feel unsafe. I'm not going to bring my daughter around anybody like that.
And this was, you hadn't called the police yet. You hadn't
I
called
was
the-
not at the hospital yet, Mr.
All right, so, but this is your state of mind at the time, where
I still had blood on my face, sir. I was still trying to take care of my nose.
why didn't you go to the hospital?
I'm not a doctor. I didn't know right away that my nose was broken until I wiped my face.
Miss Watt,
And I can see all of the bruising. It was a little bit emotional and overwhelming to be punched in the face twice by your partner, so it takes a second for me to think, what can I do other than try to receive my key, keep me and my daughter safe, let me go to the hospital and get a CT scan, and bring my family with me. I hesitated. My dad had to work. He helps provide for me. I knew my dad had to work. I knew they were going to absolutely despise Alex.
Get
Once I told them, I hesitated.
objection, please, non-responsive.
That'll be overruled. You can continue to answer.
Forgive me, but you keep asking me these questions. To give you
Excuse
an
me,
explanation, I apologize.
Let me just explain something. Do not address anything to the attorneys. Just listen to the question and ask the question, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when either attorney makes an objection, just stop speaking. I'll make a ruling. If you don't understand what my ruling means, does it mean I can continue to answer or not? You can just ask me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can continue with your answer.
Thank you. What am I supposed to be answering? I'm sorry, what's the question?
Here's the question. Did you hit Alex that night?
No, sir.
Never?
No, sir.
With regard to what you described as instigating the assault, I think it was around sex. Is that fair to say?
So you're asking what was the question, or I'm sorry, the reasoning as well?
Yes, it was, you guys were home from the bar. I think you said that Alex wanted sex and you didn't, and that's what upset them. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. While you were out at the bar, do you remember being at the bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember communicating with Alex via text message that you were, for lack of a better way of putting it, very, very aroused, very, very horny? Do you remember telling him that?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, Judge.
What is the objection?
Relevance, Your Honor. We already talked about that and he's.
All right, so we're going to go off the record for a moment. Your objection.
Relevance, Your Honor.
What's the relevancy?
Your Honor, he's, sorry.
No.
You're asking me.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The relevance is, again, this is going to her credibility. I would like to question her regarding some messages I have that suggests that she was actually the one instigating the
All right, then
sexual
the-
contact.
The objection is going to be sustained, but get to your text messages.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Wyson, filling you with remarks and exhibit 2 for identification. I want you to read it to yourself, please. You do not have to read it out loud.
You're referring to this?
I want you to read it.
No, I know.
Are those text messages between you and Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what time this message was sent?
1:42.
You remember, were you still at the bar or were you already at home?
I was far from book my message, or sends my message 2 hours prior to when I did my notes.
And what were you texting Alex while at the bar?
I don't feel comfortable publicly repeating that. As you
I-
stated, aroused.
Your Honor, I can offer it if they allow it, so the court can read it. It is embarrassing. I'm not trying to embarrass her, but I think it's important.
I'm objecting, Your Honor, to this picture, to this.
Let me see.
So there's a way of doing it, Judge, but there's defendants too. I don't think I need to draw your attention to the message on the.
It's text.
All right, with regards to the defense exhibit number 2, from reviewing this, are there alleged to be any responses from the defendant in this exchange? Because I can't tell from,
State hasn't seen it, Your Honor.
There actually aren't. This is just this is her just firing at him, for lack of a better way of putting it. Those are just all for texting him.
Your Honor, we're gonna object to hearsay on this.
Well, Judge, they've already agreed. It's
In 412, Your Honor.
I've already offered it.
all right, so here's the thing. Number 1, lay the foundation for defense exhibit number 2, then offer it, then I'll make a decision on whether or not it should be admitted. Now, what I can tell you, I can understand certain things may cause embarrassment, but both parties agreed that this would appear by Zoom because the state had witnesses that they wanted to have by Zoom. So the questions that he's asking, if you don't want to answer what's in the text message, what's going to end up happening is the court is going to accept that exhibit into evidence, and counsel, you'll need to lay the foundation before I accept that those are her text messages if they're alleged to be your client. Each one that's in there. And then once that's laid, if she doesn't feel comfortable answering his questions, and counsel, if you want, I'll instruct her to answer the questions. Otherwise, I will take into evidence defense exhibit number 2 once the foundation is properly laid. So however you wish to proceed,
I
defense.
believe she has already testified that these are her text messages to Alex from that night, but I'll ask her
Yes, not to each one.
not to.
Yes, she hasn't testified that each one of those text messages. So what the court would need, if there's no objection to the court saying this, every text message that's in defense exhibit number 2 needs to be identified as coming from the witness. And whomever those text messages were sent to, that needs to be established as well for the court.
Regard to defense exhibit number 2. Are these text messages sent to Alex? Are these text messages sent night of the incident preceding February 8th, actually begin on February 7th, that continue into the morning hours of February 8th.
Excuse me, are you asking the date? Yes, sir, it says February 7th, it says February.
And so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different messages that appear in the exhibit. These are all text messages sent by you to Alex, correct?
There's so long, I said.
And text messages begin, at least this exhibit, February the 7th, approximately 11:30 p.m. The last one having been sent that Sunday, February the 9th at 4 a.m. I'm sorry, Saturday, February 7th to Sunday.
These messages, we were currently together, because I couldn't find his art, because he got tied into, cooking, so I was looking for him, I wasn't just firing.
Okay, but these are messages all sent by you, all sent to them.
Yes, sir.
Judge, with regard to the question I want to ask, I'm sorry, I think you addressed it, you just want me to ask her about the content.
Yes, and if she doesn't want to answer, I can instruct her to answer the question, or if you just want to proceed with offering defense exhibit number 2 into evidence, however you wish to proceed.
Your Honor, the state objects to that hearsay in 412.
Well, no. My question is, how do you wish to proceed?
I'll ask.
All right.
Ms. Wise, and understand I'm not here. In the text thread, we just discussed that we sent to Alex.
All right, at this time, the court is taking its recess. Y'all need to be back here at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, if you're swearing in. conclude this. And where is Mr. Toshi and his client?